Hello Blender folks, welcome back to my channel XIV, and this is a experimental rig tutorial sequence that we have been live streaming since the beginning, and here, as you see, we are quite advanced in our findings, though hold on, something I'm missing something here in the... of course, yeah. Alright, so we are developing an experimental rig, and I have some proof of concepts to develop. This is the first live stream that since I've decided to also put some music soundtrack. Then there's this all those copyright matters, so unfortunately I don't have the music, but at least I have for myself, so play you the music you'd like to play. What I'm listening is there at the top. Listening to my own Mass Effect. In case, just what is this? It's just a... yeah, probably have much better than that, but it's ambient soundtrack for me. It's good. It's what I've... So here you go for my channel, just go playlists, and then there is Mass Effect hours. There you go. So now, but you get the music you think the best. So let me regulate the sound here for myself. Right now, we have some proof of concepts to do here. We are nearly reaching a fine solution for this. The most important thing is that I've conceived finally, in great part thanks to the Universal Sonic Rig mount rig documentation that is free. It's online. There's a file. Okay. So there's many great concepts but I'm not doing exactly that method, or at least I'm not trying to copy. I'm just taking the ideas, which are very, very cool. Some ideas, because the system itself is quite complicated. I don't understand exactly so far. Yes, I know I should have gone through everything, but you know, this that I'm doing also is very interesting. If I do not achieve in my way, which might be similar at this point, it's not equivalent, though. He has many mesh objects. I'm trying to condense it into a... cannot say that this is minimalistic approach, so I just mean that I'm using spline skinning with bendy bone splines, so already there's a big difference. So the big concept that I found out is that I'm combining, and I think that concept existed there, but since he's not using spline skinning with bendy bones, he cannot show that we can draw... actually, we can draw this on the mesh, right, with linear blend skinning. I think this is his approach. But then in the... not tons of bones also, that like on those advanced rigs, but what he does is an advanced rig with just linear blend skinning, I think conventional stuff, so no bendy bones, and then we cannot see from the armature these curves, these splines. And so this is interesting, because theoretically, and this is a proof of concept I was able to indeed prove. Well, not me, this was already the intention, right? What I mean is proof to myself and to who is watching, or reprove, whatever, that if we can draw a curve like that with a bendy bone spline, that immediately means, well, not automatically, because you have to wave paint and all that, the arrangement of the bones and the binding pose state must be good in relation to the mesh also, and so all these matters. So rest position matters, the arrangement of the bones, everything like that, and also then if we pull the bond constraint, of course, no big deal here, right? But if we have this set, if we can draw with a certain number of bendy bond splines in a certain disposition in space, if we are able to draw a 2D cartoon mouth shape from that, then that means in principle that this pose is achievable in terms of the spline skinning deforms for the mesh. So this is great. One great thing about the spline skinning. However, could be with curve objects, but we want to use bendy bones. I think it's funnier, easier to maintain, even though it's also a bit complicated to maintain. So this would be the 2D mouth, like in this XZ plane in relation to abstractly in, because it's not exactly an XZ plane, it's because this could be tilted. So no, but just the basic fundamental alignment that we see from here, and then we need to adapt this, like perhaps with some shrink wrapping methods, or just probably shrink wrapping methods. At some point, this doesn't need to shrink wrap these handles immediately. They can actually be parented offset or copy transforms bone constraint, something child of bone constraint, I don't know, whatever, but they need to follow. So this would be the 2D mouth or mouth hole or mouth contour lip of the lips. So let's say mouth contour, so the 2D mouth contour, and we need to adapt it to a 3D surface, so curved surface. Bendy bones can do this also easily, because these splines, they rotate on all axes, and we can then sometimes I get some displacement, that doesn't matter. We are going to simplify what we did, because we can then, as I say here, there is the idea of recombine lips bone, so the 2D plus 3D. So this is the 2D, and the 3D will be this one, which is these are sort of the volume for the lips. So this would allow me to make, in theory, any morph that I want on the lips, but I have been difficulty in solving the morphs for the lips corners with this system, and also for sometimes what relates to that. But this, what I'm calling here lips profiles bendy bone splines, they literally do that. So it's another proof of concept that we can maintain the shapes of the lips, the volume of the lips, so we can reshape this. We can reshape this stuff in different layers, right? So this would be the 3D mouth. And so this is, I'm considering now, maybe I made it overly complicated, maybe so maybe it's also very hard to control this stuff, but then the idea is that we create the, let's say, the morphs, right, for the lips, like a kiss shape, for example, for all of them, and then we make save as a pose asset, and then this pose asset is locally, so you don't need to, by just rotating here in place, this would adapt to whatever pose the lips are, the mouth is. So there are a lot of things here that still require adjustment, but the concepts are starting to work in practice for me, so I can sort of shape the mouth. There's some interpretation because of the shrink wrapping methods I'm using is incorrect, it's not accurate, and there is still this problem of the waves and how I arrange these splines here. There are some difficulties that these orientations of the mesh, I believe, they are not matching the orientation of of the curve, right? So I think this is making this of the curve of the bendy bone splines, and this is making it worse. It's very tedious to make this, but also it became very tedious because I was using perhaps too many splines, maybe with just 2 splines I think instead of 3, so maybe I'll delete that one. We'll try to readjust. I think that will be enough. So I'm a bit tired of this having this complicated stuff. We are now in a, we've made the proof of concept for this. We do not know exactly how to use the rig entirely, but we have evidence that this serves as morphs for the lips in whatever place. But with caveats, we have still a bit of technical problems regarding how to solve the mouth corners with this thing, but they move as a whole, so, and they maintain the shapes of the lips as a whole. I've tested it before, so it's not my intention here to show that, especially now because these bones are shrink wrapping, some of them, so it's deforming the match in some strange ways. But there is, yes, we can even rotate there's probably still, although it's spline skinning on there, if we rotate the block, right, it probably at some point will cause it starts to have artifact. So the idea is not to have like a 90-degree, right, stuff like that, right? This is mostly for moving, and of course we can do some slight rotation, that's okay, but so this maintains in thesis the lips shapes, whatever on most things. Here is not maintained because there's another problem that we need to get the lips, so not from this, actually not the lips, these have wave paint, right, there's bendy bones from the lips profiles, bendy bone splines, but we need to have, I believe, the 2D lips, this thing, to have waves over the exterior of the mouth, this mesh here. So currently there's no real waves here, so this is, I was planning to solve that for, well, there are, but these are all waves, folks. It's actually, these mechanisms I was not even considering currently, so maybe it's a mistake that I wanted this to be a mechanism system because I didn't know how these splines would interact with these splines. They are affecting the same lips mesh. So the problem is that we need to, if we delete this, then we at least we must make sure that they match positions. So this means that probably these splines, the bendy bones curving, won't be as useful to draw the mouth contour shape, but the cartoon, right, mouth shape, but in a 2D like fashion, but in 3D space, more planar in the beginning. But we can use this as a mechanism, provide these let's say control points, they match with the location, with the rest position of the block here, the set, the profile sets. So currently this is disorganized because I was developing it from adaptations. So our idea here will be to recombine those things, and so this will mean a huge simplification in what we've got currently, because now it's really massive in terms of bones, really hard to it's also a bit not very logically organized. Yeah, it is logically organized, but it's not, there's excessive bones and redundancies that we're gonna take off and simplify as much as we can. I've found out that for the cartoony shapes for the lips, I just required 4 spines, actually 8 if we count the opposite side. So this I got just by drawing this even without deforms, just the transforms of the bendy bone splines. Oh, I can draw that. I can draw a mount like that with the bendy bones. Okay, that means that in thesis we can shape the mesh of the lips. But the problem is that I'm not shaping only the lips, I need to shape the... So, okay, I've just remembered what... Okay, this is important. So actually this will not affect the lips mesh exactly. We can get some low weights on the lips certainly, but this should affect this region, which actually sharing weight with these bones here, that are the, I'm calling mouth. This is lips and this is mouth, so these would have waves on the face actually. And so here, yeah, they'd have like, yeah, there are a lot of waves. They kinda work. They are okay, they are pushing mechanically the lips. There's some, I need to revise that, but yeah, the idea this is to transform the muzzle, and you see that it's pushing in some strange way, though it's pushing the mouth. It was not intended to push the mouth exactly, this bone, but it's pushing because of some combination of interactions of bone relations, bone constraints, and wave painting. So maybe it's not pushing the mesh of the lips directly. Oh, actually I think it has got waves there. No, I took it off. We can assess that. Yeah, you see no waves on the lips. However, this is its tweak bone. So it is pushing there, so that's separate, but we can combine this by using... Yeah, I'm missing some bone here. I think it's... Yeah, this is why I need to reorganize this in a way that makes more sense. So have a... Yeah, so in principle this will move everything together, but lips and mouth and so it's starting to make sense. And then there's the shrink wrapping problem, which I'm not addressing right now, which is a bit more complicated, and all this that's Universal Sonic Mouth Rig covers, yes, in a different way. Yes, with shrink wrap modifiers, a lot of them actually. I think it's 6 or more, and he has 2 mesh objects. I just have, yes, currently I have 2 mesh objects, but I wouldn't even require any technically if this works, right? Because yeah, I have this ghost mouth here, which is like invisible, so this will be equivalent to his muzzle, which is I think, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be invisible. Yeah, I think yes, because it has no mouth hole, and this matches to his method, so this is cool. The idea of this that I'm using it just to preserve the shape of the face, but in his rig even that shape morphs, deforms. In mine it is used more like a invisible wall behind the original rest position and above. So you see I cannot, so there's a box volume. So this is a concept he uses. I think it perhaps not exactly in this way. Yeah, not exactly in this way, but there I think he used the concept of box volume. I found it accidentally by experimenting, and then oh, he's using that too, but he's doing it slightly different, I think. But I think it does the similar thing. The idea might be the same. You, instead of having a surface, a single surface to shrink wrap, you've got a double surface, which means a surface like this behind and a surface like this beyond. So you have what the mesh doesn't shrink wrap to provide we use inside and outside. In this particular case I'm making, we make a box volume, so the mesh that is shrink wrapping could be just a vertex, right? it does shrink wrap only if it touches the outer and inner limit. It's a bit confusing to set this up. I'm not convinced it's not even necessary if you because this is just for my rig, I mean for what I'm doing, but it's convenient because if we take it off, what happens is that we are suddenly able to make lots of deforms, and this can be complicated if especially we are trying to pose like we don't have this protection, so it becomes a bit trickier to make this stuff. We could make probably this with shrink wrap mount constraint, but it would be a bit more complicated. We might require some, yeah, so this helps a lot. Then this mesh doesn't crosses here, it stays, so it goes behind the ghost mesh, but it's still not, it shrink wraps to it, but it is blocked. Its deforms in that direction are blocked but the mesh keeps stretching, so this is actually very, very convenient. And also in the opposite side, in the opposite direction, although yeah, so although sometimes maybe we can augment this to make further exaggeration, I don't know. We can expand, and we can, the cool thing, this I don't know how yet to do, we can make this to be reshaped itself. This can be deformed by the same bones including, or something else, but probably they could match the deforms of the face rig. So this is one thing that I need to understand, why in my rig would I need to do that, if I need to do that. It sounds it's very clever, I think, and it works for Kamal's universal sonic mouth rig. But as you see, folks, here we're trying to do something experimentally different. This is why I'm not copying straight ahead. I'm just picking the concepts, the insights, slowly reading through the documentation, and try to see, find things on my own by myself, because this is cool also, right? Try to understand by your own means. And yes, eventually when you need some more theory, some more reference, some more orientation, then you look for the things that already work. And so here we get some, okay, this is probably the wave painting thing. So okay, let's focus now, folks. I've explained enough of that, my excessive explanation, teaching stuff, right? So here, yeah, I have been a teacher or even occasional tutor, so yes. So here we need to, we'll start by simplifying the stuff, right? So I want to make this a next recombine bones recombining 2D 3D. So what that means, I already explained. We are going to simplify these things. So unfortunately they had wave paint, so wave paint will become easier. Automatic waves did not work well because the lips were connected to the mesh, they are the same mesh, so the wave paint got crazy, they invaded this region. I would have to have, I believe, I haven't thought of that at the time. To use auto waves properly, I have to have bones around the mouth, so that probably not bendy bones, right? But could be. And then these would, so that the auto waves won't invade actually even inside the mouth, so because there's mesh there, unless we make the disconnection. Actually, in the current state, I'm considering there is no more reason for me to maintain the mount interior, folks, connected. It's just creating trouble, and we know a method, and because we have another system now also inspired by another very clever solution from Sonic Universal Sonic mount rig, is that, so what we're gonna do here, yeah, so as we see, the lips they would end here in a seam. We don't need actually this mesh here, we can end at the lip. We are gonna make a shrink wrapping system that we already know that worked as a proof of concept. We already found it in the very beginnings of this tutorial when I was making this mount interior, readapting the mount interior. So here this means that we are going to finally be able to simplify certain features of the rig, of this mount rig, and maybe this is the most analytical approach. So I'm glad, in some sense, I'm glad that I'm doing that. I enjoyed the time when we had the... This mesh is so chaotic that I'm tempted to even delete it, folks. Anyways, the face loops are being respected, so it's not like, oh, you're destroying everything you've done. No, we can just, if we need, we just reconnect by adding, right? Now I'm confused about, yeah, so hold on, let's just, we're working the mount interior, right? So we have deleted a face there, face loop, which connects the mount interior to the face. Also, this is in the way. Let's simplify all those stuff, folks. This is just for the screenshot. So here we have a mount interior however, without certain features. Hold on. So we pick them out. We can hide the lips. It doesn't make part of the mount interior exactly. Then we can pick this. We're just gonna hide that. Now we can try to find which was the last of these face loops here. Oh yeah, they are crossing at this point. So here we do something like that. We need to screencast. We need to, I need to remember to set screencast here, so I always forget. Yeah, we'll need more practice in that. Sorry folks, let's go back here. So smooth out. Yeah, look at that. This cannot be smoothed out in this case. We need to, these were, okay, of course it wasn't working. So these were ripped vertices too. So to solve ripped vertices, okay, I need to remember that. Turn off the mirror modifier thing, or no, turn off clipping. Rip vertex. Rip vertex 2, no, actually, yeah, this rip vertex, this one can't be ripped. Okay, I see. It cannot be done without clipping. Yeah, it needs to be clipping, so take off clipping, and then must, with clipping, however, we can still, so what to do is merge at last. This is cheating. This can be done with clipping, but not the ripping vertex. So let's get this as a note because it's very valuable. So trick here, mirror clipping trick, unclipping trick. So basically what we get is that mirror modifier on edit, enable on it. Doesn't need to be disabled. Disable clipping, then V rip vertex, merge at last, merge to last. I don't know what is at last selection. I think it's at last. It will be this one, merge at last. Yeah, at last. Then here I think we've lost geometry. No, it's like that. It's like that, folks. So here we go. I've solved all the vertices. Not all survived, although they were ripped apart. It's good that they survive, so we don't destroy any wave painting thing, right? We have to recreate them. So if there were more ripped vertices, okay. Rip vertex. Can be clipping again. No, clipping can be on. Be enabled at this step. And then yeah, merge at last is merge at last for a known clipped vertex. Clipping can be by now. Then do not destroy. Yeah, saves vertices. Do not, and prevents destruction of mesh topology and wave painting. Can save all vertices. And okay, so no need to panic, folks, if you clip your vertices in the mirror modifier and can take them off. There is this technique, of course. You have to still need to reconnect them. Alright, now we can finally get this thing smoothed out. And what the technique that this involves. Okay, first we're gonna separate this thing. I remember I was having a lot of difficulty with separation, but let's do this. Now wave painting will be irrelevant to the outer part, because we are going to the only real wave painting that you gotta need is to avoid interpenetrations, and we have I believe now a better understanding of how to avoid these, and there's some sort of controlling to the melt position that we are gonna set up from this Universal Sonic melt rig. And so this is for the future, the near future, I hope. Yeah, near future, eventually we're gonna find the way to control that. So now I have several problems here, because okay, we have two mesh objects, so this will be we'll bring it here, and it gone naturally, so it has a wrong name. We're gonna turn that into tree melt interior. This is actually yes, this is mount rig, so maybe mount interior is more important than mount ghost. Mount ghost is actually we're gonna change that, is muzzle ghost. They both relate to mount rigging, so that's I think the mount interior is more because it's real mesh, right? And that is like just invisible mesh, so it's like it's not as important. Okay, anyways, we are going now that is separated. We have a lot of problems with we have been having a lot of problems with certain aspects of it. So for example, okay, it stays with the armature deformed, so that is okay. There's no bone for it. Oh, there are the bone, the armature is okay, so there's no problem regarding, so it preserved the modifier. We don't need those shrink wrapping stuff. These, yeah, we need other shrink wrapping stuff though, so we don't need this. This is for the lips, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. Subdivisions, yes, we would like to keep. And then mask, all those masks we don't need. Need to clean up, so this, and then now we probably also don't need some. We'll have to assess whatever we need here. I think I have bones for, yeah, so there are a lot of things here that I will have to simplify. I'll not touch this now, it's too complicated. At least we can take off some, the lips. Yeah, the lips I know we can take off because there's no lips. Teeth bots, okay, this is good. Lips behind, okay, delete. Mouth interior top, okay, mouth region. This we don't need anymore because this was used to hide the mouth interior from the. We can make something. Unless we want is as a main thing, but no, just Control A. We don't need this, including we don't have one for the body, like full body. It's useless. I have a head region, yes, so we don't need this anymore. Mouth region. Yeah, this was for the exterior. No, it doesn't matter here. Eyelashes, okay, yeah, this is eyelash. This is all. Yeah, so all that we can dump. Now this is important. This is important. This is important. Now all arms, shoulders. Arcade down. I think this was a concept that we were using. In what does it differs from the mouth interior bot? Oh, this one has some extra, okay. Arcade down was something that related to the, yeah, and we don't have an arcade up, I think. Okay, so palm, thumb, okay, then all this is like lip lower, no, lip profile, mouth control, mouth down, no, all this gonna take off. We'll keep this arcade because we are not sure. It could be useful still. Oh, arcade down, so here. Now it's a deformed bone and we have arcade up, so. Alright, so this is just an organizer, so for the lower, what would be the effect for wave painting. But now we probably wouldn't require it. We could totally use actually this is kind of more yeah, we don't need these waves there. So what we're gonna do is that we pick this thing, we'll this name, we can delete that, then we go arcade down, hide arcade down, we copy that, and there we go. yeah, it's very pleasant, folks, to be able to organize this thing that way. It really feels more comfortable to have disconnected this mesh. I hope I don't suffer the consequence that I suffered before by having made this same choice. I started with a separated mouth interior mesh object. I was having trouble with the pivoting point of the jaws, and I thought it was something related to the fact they were different separate mesh objects. Maybe it was, but it was also because all my jaw rig was incorrect, and is still quite incorrect. We need to revise all that. Should be relatively simple by this stage, but we're not focusing now because this will imply perhaps some adjustments in the character design, and this could lead us to some crazy developments of adaptation. Like the problem is the following, folks. This thing has to rotate, and as it rotates, try to follow where the mouth hole is. For example, if the mouth is here, this will try to follow the mouth, and then there is not a single pivot point that will make that thing rotates without interpenetrations. So we need to perhaps create a morphing or deforming system that will adapt the scale of this thing to without critical effects to what we see in the screen, although it's still the mouth interior, so we won't see a lot, but perhaps we see the teeth becoming morphing strangely. So we still don't have a solution for that. One thing that can help in the Universal Sonic mouth rig, he says something about the interpenetrations here are not important, but I think he mentions about he was talking about the bones, and not that the bone don't need to be. So I think one way, maybe he's using that. I didn't check the mouth interior for his work, maybe yet, at least. Then we'll find out. But I believe, thinking on my own here, I believe the same method that we use to shrink wrap some mesh here to the face, like we're gonna make this again. So hold on. Yeah, but I wanted, of course, to, yeah, let's delete something. Okay, so let's lock what's important. Let's do an inverse logic here. Lip lower, lip shrink wrap, muzzle connector. Oh, we had the, okay, so this is what we used last time. We don't need any of that. Body, eyelash, boots, face, eyelash, mechanism, chin. Yes or no? Not sure here. I think I have a control. What is this group? I don't know. Let's delete. Mask, body, no. Chin, maybe. Oh, okay. This is interesting. So apparently, I don't know if it's this bone is a deformed bone. You see this? Okay, and this lacking some. Let's verify if it's a deformed bone. I can certainly find it here. So we have the mouth arcades there. So here, I think the mechanism. How are we gonna find this with so much stuff here? Maybe it's the jaw rig. So jaw lower. So if we have this have wave paint. I think they shouldn't, or they should. Yes, maybe they should. We don't have deformed bones specifically for that. Wait, they don't have waves. So what is carrying these waves? It's not the. Alright, these jaws could carry some waves there in the interior. This is interesting, but I'm afraid how this will relate to the but this is actually interesting. Alright, let's do something here, but let's continue. Oh, there's the arcades, of course. The arcades are responsible for this, but this system we probably might want to dump. Why? Because we are considering another system. So what we're going to do with the arcades, folks, it never worked really good for the deforms anyways. It's a bit complicated to use. We have some with this mount thing, automation that he proposed come out on the universal sonic mount rig. The controllers is not this, because when I conceived this, I was conceiving moving this freely, separated from the mount, and then we adapt. But in his idea, there's a mount hole target point, some sort of a, and that this the whole arcades, they are they follow that mount hole, whatever the mount go, wherever the mount goes. So this is very ingenious. I like that so much that we are going to, instead of using manual stuff like for posing, sometimes might be useful, but then this was some sort of more rigid stuff and less automation, because the problem is that I didn't know at that point yet how I would still make this adaptation of we could use perhaps the shrink wrapping techniques, but then it will probably collapse the mesh of the teeth, for example the gums, in case they interpenetrate, and that would be destructive to the mesh. So we cannot, it would be more a scaling thing, gradual scaling, adapting, if I can conceive it in some way. So we could use driver for that, like, or just copy scale, I don't know, some sort of scale transform for the bones themselves, scaling on the y-axis. This could be interesting, and then scaling on the x-axis, what happens to this bone. So the way I'm seeing that I'm going to adapt to this this system without, so we're gonna not dump this immediately, we're gonna just turn off the deforms here for these jaws, and what we're gonna do is that we are gonna pick this, which is an old system which related to that. We are gonna get the arcades bones, which is all that. We're gonna move them to the perhaps here, and then we pick this, switch arcade, which are okay. I think we moved already. Yeah, we moved already. So this would be old arcades, and these were old lips, but then we reused them, so that's it. So we can perhaps, and these are no more deformed bones, so their wave paint won't interact. So this is great. We can, of course, we might have to, in this process, we can also we can just disable whatever bone constraints they have, just so we don't have crazy bones moving, even though if this layer will be invisible, we just want them to be, don't want to be surprised. So just keep organized here would be a good thing. You see, it's not a simple system that I've made. I was attempting to make here, but nothing too complicated also. So right, then there are probably some parenting stuff, and the parenting we will leave. The only problem is that if some other bones were parented this structure. So I think not. I think this was all all dependent on other things, because the outer part of the mouth rig has goes to the jaws instead. I think that's accurate. So especially this one. So if something, because the arcade was a bit always not in a definitively good position, so parenting things to eat, the mouth interior bones would be, the arcade bones would be like inaccurate. So probably everything is parent to either the head or either something that goes to this, and apparently nothing goes to this. Alright folks, so this said, we now can attempt perhaps doing something about the wave painting of of this, I thought the lower arcade, right? It's a bit strange, maybe it's not a good idea, but it could be a way to stack some stuff, right? Because it means nearly the same thing. Jaw, arcade, right? Or we can just have special bones for this, and which we had, the arcades, right? And have them be affected by extra bones that are only contain the waves. However, since this vertex group for the jaw here, oh, but that will be complicated, because in the case we join mesh object again, this bone would have different deforms for yeah, and now we cannot paint them simultaneously, right? So yes, so in this case we would like to have arcade bones. Yeah, so let's do something like that. It would use the same pivot point. We could use the same orientation too. The size really doesn't matter, so this will be def lower, arcade lower. And yeah, it could stay here, and then we can, yeah, it could be that, that's fine. We then duplicate, we, okay, and then this depth lower, of course, we parent here. Then this we have this will rename to part upper, and we align with this, and we parent offset to it, so they are not so if we check here, this can become deformation bones. We are going to use the wave painting that we solve here. Of course, now it's much simpler. I even was having a problem with masking vertex groups, so we can just hide the body. Hold on, something that I cannot hide the body for. Alright, so this is something that, okay, let's, something about the outliner, which I don't catch. Sometimes this apparently the body, yeah, this stays on, but then there's the, oh, it's here, of course. Yeah, leave this open. Doing this doesn't help. We need, because this body is also there, that's it, in the part, so that's why. So leave it open, and here we can do something about that. Okay, hide this. I'll hide this like this. Then here we go for the mount interior. Here we go. We need to make a... Okay, but the vertex groups we didn't stop cleaning, right? So arcades, def arm, I see arm, I see head, I see... Oh, head is important, but then head is just lip, bot, eye, head. Yeah, all that is not relevant. Eyelash, eye contour, wrist, okay, then leg, jaw, def jaw. Let's see. Oh, this is old stuff that from the jaw, B-bone's jaw exterior. We're gonna delete also. Then leg, then lip down, all stuff for the lips profiles. Lip up, lip profile, lip mouth. See nothing here. Mouth profile, we see some... This could be valuable waves, but we're not gonna bother. This probably inadequate at this point. Could be nose profile. Maybe some bones there could eventually affect here, so they could push this. This could avoid interpenetration. The problem is that if they start to push the teeth, the gums and the structure of the arcade, this could cause some strange deforms. So chin, I still haven't found what was that. We are looking for that, so it has some meaning, but it sounds old stuff. Let's just delete that thing. And shrink. There's already modifiers, smooth face, we don't need this. Correct smooth eyelash, then eyelash and masked body and shrink wrap connector and muzzle. Okay, and that's it. We can take off everything, batch delete, all unlocked group, take it. Then the shrink wrap connector with a new technique which I have developed, that I have learned. So I mean, we can, for example, let's make this edge ring here. Yeah, there are tutorials that tell about that. Now I remember something about skirt rigging with, for example, with how to say, skirt rig with hook modifiers. Oh, and here we start to have some problem with this mesh topology. Maybe we need, yeah, it's raining here, maybe we need to, you know what, I'm not gonna destroy this mesh topology. It doesn't, actually it doesn't need to adapt to the others, so this is great. But what I'm going to do is just get some subdivision before we reach that, right folks, so that I can do my gradation the way I want. And then here we can just get this mesh there, right? It's okay. The important thing is that we push this to the aside, and then we give space for this reorganization here. And so here probably we can try to, here we can go a bit crazy, because I hope this will not be a problem. This mesh can totally interpenetrate with the face, because actually it will be shrink wrap. Actually, at least this one which will have maximum value of 1. The others maybe would be a bit riskier, so we cannot take too much risks actually here. So we're gonna here, okay, that was just the gums, that's fine. We can probably why does this, oh, this is still not the gums, right? So we can smooth this out, is fine. Yeah, it's okay to make some generic adjustments here. Now that we don't have, that is much easier to check on this mesh, because there's no, it's much easier to not see the body mesh, right? My music has paused suddenly. I've read this has to do perhaps with connection issues, so some oscillation in my connection, also because I'm streaming, so then YouTube does that. Oh, here again we got this mesh clip and there too accidentally. We are going to solve that immediately. So here and here apparently, no, there's it's difficult to know what is, so I think this it goes here. This goes here certainly, then this no, there's something, yeah. Yeah, so I messed up this. Now I don't understand what was the situation. Maybe it's, I just need a quad there. Oh, this one, okay. I think it was this, so actually this is a quad, but we don't know any more about its, maybe it's invert. We're gonna, yeah, maybe that was messed up. Yeah, it looks like we calculate outside, whatever. It's still clipping, no, okay. Need to reclip though, and then here we also have similar problem. Okay, we rip vertex, except that's not the correct one, has gone. At last, then this at last. Then the problem here is always we don't know what is the correct face orientation. The blue, this is the red, okay. So that's it. Okay, so maybe we got it wrong. all these meshes. Okay, now this is correct. Blue is it's outside, so right. Although the colors is not really sometimes confused if we're not familiar with. Just learn that, how to use that. Then of course clipping again, we need to clip both sides and merge. Alright. Now we need to continue our work here. We were trying to smooth those things and create the shrink wrapping, shrink wrapping features in a gradual sense. So we don't need multiple of them, I found out as I was doing, because we can just have different layering here. So we could use high value here, I think, because it's good that it shrink wraps strongly, but to a certain distance. So here we're gonna make perhaps here much lesser. So I believe this would be safe. We'll see what it does. That though, for the last one, because it's a bit strange there, the mesh topology, we're not going to care much about. So this should be enough, even though this might be already interpenetrating with the face. Not really, so we can lock this. We can, if you assess the wave painting of that, we see there's a degradation. This is exactly what we want for its shrink wrapping thing to shrink wrap. We first pick the mesh connector, then we go on the body, but we don't want on surface, we want inside. So in the, and some stuff are strange are happening there, but I think it's because it goes just after the armature object, and then the distance from inside. So what's happening here is a bit bizarre, but actually it's being, the vertices there, these edge rings, will be pushed. It would be able to see this better if we had a way to. Okay, first we need to see the object, the body, and then we can of course see only half of it, and for these two, then if I pick the object itself, there's no bone that moves it, I think. Not yet, because we need wave painting. It's armature deformed, so of course the positioning here of this mesh is wrong. Actually, there will be a big gap here because we'll have to solve these lips too, but this is another story. When we made these lips, we made them to adapt to that mouth interior because they were connected, but now we don't really need this system. So what we can do, we can perhaps, yeah, it could be the situation that perhaps we can simplify some stuff here. Like, yeah, let's could have this gap there. This is fine. Let's see what the mesh is doing. It's shrink wrapping to the accidentally because it gets too close, and the ellipse is already face mesh. So this is like not ideal, but yeah. So there are some dangers about this shrink wrap because it could shrink wrap to other parts. This is why it needs to shrink wrap with certain distance from the inside. Maybe I'm doing something wrong here. it's shrink wrapping to the body. Maybe it's getting confused. It's certainly getting confused. Look how this part, yeah, so this is happening. I know why, because of the rest position. So this should never start in this sort of condition of interpenetration for better organization. So maybe this layering that we've done is a bit too complicated. So let's simplify, and then this allows us to make some okay, but then we should be careful because we don't have the mirror on. Clipping is on though, so might be unclipping some mesh. It will be annoying if we okay, so I cannot unclip, or can I? Yeah, I can. So this is complicated. Let's wait. No, I cannot. And this was just a visual illusion. We cannot right now. Okay, so let's leave it like that. Yeah, you see, cannot clip, unclip. It's clipped, and if the mirror modifier is off, however, yeah, it's still good. So sometimes this is confusing. Maybe this will be the least confusing thing. So what we need here to do is to make sure that okay, here is got problematic. We must make sure that the rest condition, the rest position of the mesh doesn't get. Yeah, so there's a limitation with the shrink wrap method regarding these lips, which are getting a bit crazy. I don't know why they are starting. Oh, because I've reposed them. The wave painting that I've made for it was not meant to do this kind of. Yeah, so let's try to get some stuff here, some adjustments. These face loops are horrible. And I was talking about simplifying. Yeah, we could probably, since we're not gonna, yeah, the outer profiles are not that relevant, so maybe we can try some simplification here only for the inside lips. It will be of course the arcades here are very complicated. Yeah, these teeth are really, even in this rest position, they are very bizarre. They're, yeah. We probably would like to reshape everything here, right, folks? Since you have a new rest position for the mouth, this could be the good situation where we can perhaps make a good adjustment here for once and for all. Yeah, look at these shapes. So we can use proportional editing. This will just affect the mouth interior. So this is another good thing of having so it's very difficult to I was looking wrong. This is the lower arcade. It is too high. It's okay if we unalign stuff right now. But we want to get overall shape we want to get it good. And yes, we can try to fix some stuff here. These teeth, there's some pattern that it's a bit with a bit more of mesh geometry you could get good patterns here. Not that it's for cartoon characters it will matter too much, so maybe this is not interesting to have done this detail, but it's very slight, so we could probably pose them out. Okay, now let's try to so the idea is not that it will meet the lips. I think the best thing is when this starts to meet, actually, so not the teeth, but it's complicated if especially if the lips get, the inside of lips start to get too, yeah. Right, so the problem is that cannot target specific part. There will be a strange technique that would allow this to shrink wrap to. I'm curious about a thing about, I never thought, can this shrink wrap to a bone target? So it shrink wraps to, no, shrink wrap modifier. Then let's say you target the armor. We cannot target the armature. Maybe it's hidden. No, we cannot target the armature. So no. We cannot target this to a bone, but we can hook this, but then we have a lot of hook modifiers, like, no thanks, I'm not considering that, but it would be more precise. We could hook but we will require something to hook, so a lot of bones if we wanted to hook. and then those bones would need to... Oh, I got the idea, folks. Aha. We got some. So we're gonna use hook modifiers, but we'll do it in a certain way, because we have the ellipse profiles. There are bones, so maybe we're not gonna use this. It's too dangerous because of the ellipse going inside the mouth that way. Eventually this will shrink wrap here, or sometimes shrink wrap here. It's too dangerous and we can't decide. My alternative idea is that if we had another object that shrink wraps critically to this region, because it would be easier to have a starting shape that will shrink wrap behind, then on its turn this shrink wraps this, but this will create an additional object to be like a string, something like that. Just a plain face ring. It's actually an interesting concept. Let's try it, because okay, it creates a mesh object, but it doesn't add some... Okay, it's an interesting proposition, but there's the disadvantage that there will be more gapping here, but we'll never see much what's going there inside. It will be really... Okay, folks, so let's get something like to be something like a face loop. It can be as high as we can, so maybe this one. Then we duplicate, then we separate selection. We're gonna call it mini-me. No, we're going to call that 03C mount actually mount interior connector. So as bizarre as it is, we will have to get it shrink wrapped to... It doesn't even need to be a face, folks. Better be faces. Yeah, it's safer. We are going to probably keep its geometry as it is. It has a mirror modifier, alright. First thing we do, armature, okay, it will follow. It doesn't need any other thing, maybe not even the subdivision surface. Well, it will follow strictly, okay, safer. For the vertex groups, well, this will be a bit more complicated, right, but we don't need the hider stuff, at least. Then for these others we will have to, yeah, also the modifiers we don't need. We don't think there's just depth mount side. Yes, there's those things that might affect it. Lips profiles not, so just like this. Depth spine no, solidify lips no, lips profiles no, lips profile lower no, lips up, lips profile Yeah, at some point perhaps we might need these ones. These are not ellipse profiles. Yeah, so we'll keep those. Then lip down, except the profile. Yeah, this is important. Actually, sorry folks, this is useless because we have the shrink wrapping method and there's just a planar face. So no, for this melt interior connector, of course. Actually, yeah, dash the all groups. Okay, no need that. Shape keys, no. So it's just, it doesn't have anything else. So subdivision, yeah, not even this is required for this mesh. So what armature, yes, just for the parenting at least. Then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna add the shrink wrap modifier to the, oh, but it will be a shrink wrapping object on another shrink wrapping object. Hope that doesn't get the Blender crazy. So it works as a proof of concept. The mesh, of course, without the, that is normal. We need the mirror modifier for the body for it to shrink wrap properly. So this will be something annoying about it, but we can, yeah, this could be something annoying about my working on that, but not that inside the body and with a certain distance, just like that. So it will never cross, and so because it's so far from the lips, well, there would be a situation where this could be dangerous, because the mouth moves around and then perhaps, yeah, so there, it is not perfect, so we need to be careful. Maybe this is not a good method. Maybe the hook method is the safer, but at least let's try what we can here. Let's leave it here for now. Maybe that's too much, and then what we do, we can already, we're not gonna hide it, but it can become a wire stuff. Viewport display wire, display as wire, not wireframe here, but display as wire. So it's there, and what we do now is that we're going to go to the mouth interior. We want to the mouth interior, sorry. We're going to, so you see the mouth connector, we need the mouth interior. The mouth connector is more like part of this process. So maybe let's do different, right? The mouth interior will be like, yeah, says, okay, let's do like that. So according to this, yeah, this will go back up by a lot. This could be dangerous, so let's change here this. Of course, nothing means that we cannot reshape this. To fit the okay, anyways, we can get this so it gets the shrink wrapping vertex group. Let's see. We can expand this mesh. We want it to... okay, I have an idea. So here, don't look at the body, but look at this. Let's try to snap here. Don't need that. We're going to use this to snap to a vertex to include non-edited, so that we can what's happening here? It's like it's... I think it's this effect. Oh, it's the effect on the body, but it's not the body. Now we change for the target here for the mouth interior connector. Inside we can augment this thing. You see, it doesn't want to, because it goes... so first we snap. Okay, we're still... oh, it's proportional editing. Alright. But if I enable this... alright, apparently it's not... oh, it must be, of course, there. Okay, so they are pushed like that. So that's exactly what we want. We don't need to have them exactly snapping, right? The snapping is just for the starting positioning. So yes, shrink wrap mesh work on top of another shrink wrapping mesh. Of course, this apparently the sonic thing already developed onto. There's a lot of shrink wrapping stuff going on. So now we can probably pick this and like try to do some, right? In this sense. Yes, I know this is not a very regular mesh right now, but the mesh topology is okay for the connections. We could simplify that, but this is the guarantee that if for any case we want to reconnect, this matches perfectly. It's just an extra... actually, yes, because we have to make this loop here. Well, not that we have really to make, but it will help this hole there. Right. This tube that, so it's a... the mesh topology needs to be looping around here and no more around that, so that's a imperative to this, and it happened that it was done here. It had to be done there. Alright, so the gums here we can probably get some improvements from this angle. Yeah, the gums that I've made are very, very simple. No big development. I thought, well, maybe this can do for the gums. I know for realistic shouldn't be a good idea, but for stylized, why not, right? So there's a situation I have thought maybe even I wouldn't need gums, but then, well, that's could be cool. Okay. Then here we can, why not, we can probably get at least some sort of... Here's the point where maybe we can get back with those subdivisions, right? Because this is getting a bit too dirty now. Yeah, we can do this with the... oh, this is much better. Okay. There we go, folks. I think we are getting to a good condition now. Yeah, these teeth are very strange here, but we're gonna... it's not the current... Okay, so if we check here what's going on, we probably need to... oh yes, I have to redo this thing. So this is annoying if we change this face loop here. Yeah, this we cannot change these positions here if we want to keep this original snapping, and you cannot lock vertices in space, so you must be very careful now. We shouldn't be changing this face loop here, and we should probably give it a special color to mark out it is... we should maybe not even include into a... yeah, maybe we can give a seam here, something that would mark, I don't... mark seam, whatever, just so that we know yeah, whatever this is complicated, we are going to give it... yeah, let's even give it a new... yeah, there's a marker would be good in all sense. Alright, so it's not over though. There are some stuff we need to assess here. The wave painting of that vertex group, the shrink wrapping one, is not adequated. Oh, there's something I can do for the teeth now that I've just learned. So this could go with Shift E 0.8. What about this? That's great. So maybe, yeah, let's make some change actually. Maybe we don't need for everything, right? Maybe just for... yeah, I'll think about that later. For now, that's much better, right? So we need to... this is wrong. So I want to be sure that there won't be any other reason for reconnecting the mouth interior to the face. and currently most things indicate, if this method works also, that it is. And so if that's correct, if I start to find out there will be no good reason to make the reconnection, if I'm convinced, I'm nearly convinced, but I would like to have more information, more understanding. Because it's not I'm not still an expert in mouth rigging. Although what I'm attempting to do is quite an advanced rigging attempt, right? This means I could probably simplify a lot the mesh topology here, the mesh geometry. That will be very, very easy, because most of it I had to be developing just to adapt to the to the other. So this is very, very bad design, right? In terms of workflow. This is why one of the reasons I'm taking so long. So good artists are at least the ones that are most efficient and get the job done, that know the tricks of the trade better than me. They probably know the shoulds and shouldn't. I'm still learning those things, so this is a bit frustrating, but at the same time this is very interesting. Sometimes you don't have the time, the resources, right, to invest in a course. We never know everything, right? And so it's bad to have to take a lot of extra time to solve, finally then find out that, oh, there's a better method. But this is life. Actually, this is life. This is just life. Community is very important, right? In this sense. So the internet community is good, but there are other types of communities which are much more interesting in that regard. That's why schools and all that exist, and more than that, of course. We wish there were more, how to say, not links, networks, right? Networks. In theory, I theorize that if the world gets, and that is when internet and digital can help a lot, but it has its own limitations. If we can improve our networks to society as a whole, global society, in a way where people get what they need, adequate needs, right? Whenever, as fast as they require, then this is true for medicine. So, for example, healthcare, public healthcare. So, for example, there's the Cuban experience. The Cuban medics approach, the Cuban medicine, as is told, so far as I understand, is different. It's sort of more not patronizing, maybe even matronizing, to make a distinction here, but yeah, we could say it's more patronizing anyways than any other medicine in the world, that at least in modern societies that I know, that at least is an example. Maybe it's not the most one, but it's one of them. What it does is that it's just not like in Brazil, has SUS, which is a like in France, a public health system that is free. Well, maybe SUS is even more advantageous than the public healthcare in France. I don't know other countries, anyways, to give more example. In the case of Cuban doctors, so those medics, they will be back in Brazil, tens of thousands of doctors, because Brazil is big, it has a huge population, more than 200 million inhabitants at this point, and there are a lot of poverty and misery in this country, unfortunately. And so, but thanks to this approach, there's already SUS in Brazil, which is very effective, but it didn't have this so much this approach of going, or maybe it had, that it starts to developing it. And the Cuban medics program, governmental program, which will boost this idea, this whole notion of getting, it's not the people that goes to the medic healthcare, the medics go to the people, to their house, to their home, to their communities, to their you see. So because there's not enough networks to, maybe the people, they go only visit the medic when things are going bad, very bad, and then sometimes this is too late. Sometimes it's a way. This means you lose something, like you lose a teeth because of the delay. You lose, while you could have saved it, totally saved it, if there was enough how to say, backup. So community is backup in some sense, and so it's not just information. And so this is the problem of the internet, is just information. It helps, it also can be destructive, disinformation, right? But then we have this boost of information, so which can be useful. But if there's good community in internet, like a forum, like, I don't know, a project, and so the Cuban experience in Brazil helped a lot in helping the healthcare of thousands of people that wouldn't, maybe they live too far from the centers, medical centers, and for other sometimes educational reasons, misery reasons, right, life reasons. So this Cuban medical approach, call it patronizing or not, it's a revolution in the healthcare systems. Even European are inspired by this idea, this notion, and by SUS, and I think SUS was inspired, I cannot guarantee that, but maybe SUS got inspired by the Cuban model. It's not about technology, this is cultural technology, this is intelligence of understanding how the networks, how people work, right? So this is cultural technology, social technology, right? It's understanding, yeah, it's having knowledge and know-how of how to solve problems before they happen. And not, oh, you must do that. Yeah, you say you must do that. That says everyone knows what they should do, but do they do that? So this is where community, solid community, and helped by the state, organized by, maintained by the state, which is maintained by the population, whatever, maintained by the state or not, communities that boost networks in constructive ways, then they can be revolutionary. And this was the Cuban medic experience in Brazil in the some nearly not more than 1 decade ago. So it was very recent. They had to leave because of radical change in government. That new last government in Brazil didn't understood these things, let's say like that. And of course, maybe it was not their plan to understand, to get this kind of progress. This is another matter. The problem then is not so much about themselves, the government, but the people that elected that, who were also affected negatively by the stupidity. And then if these people that voted, a lot of them understood the dynamics of the networks, why certain things should rather be in certain circumstances the way they are to get better output. So this is perfectly logical. There's nothing ideological about this. There are some different understandings, but when you really understand some aspects of the dynamics of society, not telling I do understand, so maybe I'm biased, but then you see the results, and you see how the people react, the people that interact with those systems, and the critiques and whatever, good critique and all that, and it becomes a scientific matter. This understanding, therefore. So I've been doing this for a long time already. I don't even know what are the interpenetration issues. Let's see. Okay, so far we were just adjusting the teeth and the mouth interior, and okay, for testing this. Okay, so this might be bad. This interpenetration here, the lips. Let's try to make some change to this particular part of the arcades here, right? This is a bit exaggerated in this condition. Okay, it's a bit better now. Let's look for other interpenetrations here. Yeah, we can smooth out by just smoothing these faces here. Yes, the lower teeth, they could be a bit better positioned here. And yeah, this part is completely inaccurate. I'm gonna try to organize this, reorganize this. Yeah, this would be better, for example, to try to I don't know why this thing is doing that. Not very common. Okay, let's check now. What is that? Just okay, so this is where the lower teeth, they are just too low here. They lost plenty of volume. And this is a complicated part where they kind of cross. So the lower teeth, they go behind, and then they match, the occlusion matches here somehow. It's a bit complicated to solve in these organic shapes in modeling. Nature knows its way. Here I believe we can just get these things like that, right? Yeah, it's not that the teeth lost volume, the arc they just shared wrongly with the not the gums. Yeah, look at that. We can hide this wall here perhaps, but for now that seems good. These interpenetrations, they are not really relevant on the occlusion right now. This is the last thing we might. Alright, so this is getting interesting in that a lot of solving problems here. Now I see still. Okay, so this is post shrink wrap, I think. No. Okay, so we got this. Let's smooth this out. And let's go to the vertex groups for checking the shrink wrap stuff, right? So 3 lines of vertices, right? Oh, I already unsnapped. Yeah, so okay, so we need to hide the body again. To do that, this will guarantee precision in the process, but it's not that it will become better, it's just a question of organization. It shows that circle when it is snapping truly. Alright. Okay, it's a beautiful arcade, at least the top one. Maybe too pointy here. Alright. We need to, maybe we could do something here. Get this face slightly. Yeah, and then this. Okay, this kind of cool. Hold on. There's a lot to explore in these aspects here. And then no, this should be perhaps the. Maybe we could have these gums slightly expanded. We can maybe smooth just a little here. Alright, much better to work organized here. And then again, no, okay, I preserved that. Perfect. So this is just the inward shrink wrapping, except that I'm still not doing this work. So okay, so what we need here actually will be Okay, so in theory, this will shrink wrap more. Oh, I got an idea. Okay, so folks, we would snap. Let's try something like that. So this will snap at 100, right? But it's not working. Oh, because it's offsetting. So let's say offset 0 inside. So okay, now it sounds, it's not subdivided, so this is no problem here. Then it's an invisible wall, so it won't show in, actually it wouldn't show in rendering. Then I put it 0, so it cannot never go outside of the surface, but it can go inside in just in case. So, and the inside of the face are here, so I hope they don't confuse eventually and cross and get crazy. So yeah, I hope that in principle it shouldn't happen. We can leave it at this, or even give some positive here to improve the quality of this. Yeah, maybe we should do something like this, right? So to get this more smoother here, right? And to prevent this crossing, right? Then as we go here in the vertex groups, we can assess how this one will get, perhaps, well, if we keep assigning this, then here we, okay, we're going to see how this, it's a bit strange because, okay, this means that these face loops will be less shrink wrapped. Yeah, we could try this, right, folks? Let's give this a try for this face, for this. This would have like 0.7, or let's do 2 by 2, right? Maybe we'll see more. We'll see how it looks now. Then this face loop will have like 0. Actually, yes, 0.8, and then this one will have 0.6 assign. Okay, I'm never sure about the waves. It's hard to assign here, assign here, then assign here, and then for these ones, the most annoying, assign 0.4. So you have 4 layering. I got some idea here. No, this will all the loop. Okay, let's stop there. And so we see that what's happening. The interactions, we don't have good ways to interact right now to test, but we can test, right, some interactions. It's just not optimal. So we have we need the armature. Let's say, annoyingly, we don't have. Okay, this perhaps this won't really help a lot. Oh, I see something interesting here. We can avoid interpenetrations if with all this lower part. No, this will be risky. This should be solved by. Of course, this is not supposed to be going back anyways. Usually, so this is just a. Anyways, we perhaps can already assess this problem there. That we don't have waves for this part yet, so yeah, we can try something here. just try to do something more like that. I don't know exactly how this goes down, right? The tongue also could be, maybe we'll need more subdivisions here for this tongue. I think I've lost some. Here also looks very poor for, maybe this part's not really important, but there should be some stretching. So yeah, maybe would like to have a few more. Well, let's smooth this, and then here we turn on proportional editing again. Let's try to make some alignments here. Yeah, all this mesh here, let's yeah, much better now, I think. So less chance of making some crude interpenetrations there. Here the top should be okay as it is, but it's just not very aligned too. These shapes are a bit wrongly, I think. The arcade should, these teeth are horrible here. Here's a good way to, from the top. Yeah, so these gums can go up a lot, by a lot. Avoiding interpenetrations here, as we were talking that this part would be for later. They're already making advancements. So okay, much more regular arcades. Then for the bottom arcade, same problem, as we've made too crude rescalings. Now we are suffering terrible consequences. I should have made this, I should have been more careful when I rescale all that thing. But maybe you'll have to attempt to solve many things here anyways. It would just, but it would have been better to do it in a more organized way still, I believe. Alright, so here we got starting to get these things to function. I think I have. Okay, it's the lips. We need some controls for the lips that we are not seeing here. Yeah. These mouth controls are exaggerated. This is not a good bone to move like that, but it will move. Yeah, it's not ready to move, but we see it can displace the whole mouth in ballistic ways. We can. It's good. Still good when we push it like. But if we start to get in. So this is the bone that should be actually kind of having some ways to have tracking to regard for the jaws. So this is the interesting thing about Universal Sonic. One of the great things about the Universal Sonic mouth rig. We are going to try to reach for this system. We need the bones axis here, gizmos. There. So, of course, the arcades are not. They are not deformed bones, so this is normal. Don't worry. So, if we go here, I see it is a z-axis, and these also are z-axis stuff. Okay, pointing down. So their y-axis anyways should be. So I think this will be sort of a lock track. Because I just want this limit rotation is old, so I'm not gonna use right now. I need to reassess this. We will use this to. Okay, where's the lock track to? The copy location means they move in sync. However, the rotation, there's limit rotation. Wait, rotation is locked? No. It looks like I cannot rotate this bone. It's not because of the copy location. Okay, we can do this, we can do X, we can't do Z. What is locking this bone? Oh, it's a locket track, of course, but it is wrong, of course. So we want, so it's locked, so this means that, oh yes. Alright, so I can rotate that. Exactly, that's it, folks. So here we do this is just normal y-axis. So here, there you go, our locket track. We see that the mesh is not responding properly to the shrink wrapping of that part. Something about the fact that this mesh, that object, right? Let's see what's happening inside. That object is not moving according to the forms. Of course, this thing should have some. It looks like as if it's not shrink wrapping properly. Yeah, it looks like, no, it is shrink wrapping, so, but not all parts of the body are, so why? Then why here? Oh, because of course this is not the part that is protected. Okay, I see. So perhaps we need more layer of protection for other parts. Maybe expanding. Okay, but that we're getting good. We're getting some understanding here. This is interesting. We can look. We can get the mouth here. Then, of course, we can manipulate the. Of course, this is happening not by any chance. These bones have some other shrink wrapping features, but we're gonna reassess these things. So this is not the. This perhaps not, probably not the final. Solution for what's happening here. Yes, we need a lot of more adjustments. So what I was doing again, I was testing how this. Yeah, so we see that thing. Okay, I was creating those lock track, right? So, all right, on the head of this bone. So this is good. So you see, it's a track that goes like. Okay, it doesn't go up, so maybe it's not that good, right? Yes, it's not that good. So we cannot use lock track, because then we have to rotate this manually. The problem is we want some freedom, right? To maybe repose the arcades. But okay, no lock track. Let's try something else. Let's try dump track, which also has some degree of locking. So what happens for the dump track, we cannot now move up and down, but we can move, but it follows. So XZ, so this is much better, right folks? Yeah, now we can have good deforms in some more organized ways. We could have a driver for yes, that would be the case. Maybe driver on the rotations of. Actually, driver according to this. Yeah, the scaling of this bone, the Y scaling of this bone according to the rotation local space, which might not appear here. Let's see. They don't appear here, but it will be affected nonetheless, I think. So here, the problem is don't have this tilt, and then this is unlocked. Okay, that's interesting, but then we want full track so that we can still rotate this pose individually, but then we can also. So world space, yes, world space track 2. Wait, it's not working. Why doesn't track on? Oh, it's this up will be negative Z. Is that just? Okay, problem. I don't want the Z to be pointing up, so yeah, so it gets inverse. So the reason, so this is the best one, and we are able still to, no, okay, but then it's locked unless we get some change here. Yeah, so it's not, so we cannot have, so y, yes, certainly y, then up x, no, up x is bad. We see the no roll there, but this is because of, yeah, so cannot do something like that. It must be z. So in this case, this means we have no option here that I know. Let's just reset roll. Let's just align this to, like, let's align these bones to, like, global z-axis, right? And then we can probably have to do the same for, well, actually, unless we get this bone going down, but this is not, yeah, so then we lose the, we could still change this with a master. So I got a new idea. Okay, I got a new idea. So instead of track 2, this bone is parented, right? So we're gonna copy those, we're gonna make this copy those and this copy those, and then this means that we can get rid of this and this. Oh, hold on, wrong, we need to keep the, because this is the control bone, this is no more control bone, so this means that we can still repose them, except that, yeah, we don't want these limit rotations right now. These are, should copy transforms, they are parented, yes, parented and parented, alright. I see why the parenting is not as strong as the copy transforms, right? So the track 2 destroys the, so okay, this still doesn't have a track 2, so track 2, y, z, target z, and then probably we should want to have these bones in different, why don't we, oh, that's okay, so why doesn't it start on, oh, because it's tracking 2, right? It's already changing the, I'm curious about the interaction between, maybe the control bones should be elsewhere. Alright, I see the idea. We need more better mechanisms here for the rest position. So we're going to do here, we'll add this mechanism. So Shift A will add this. Actually, we can do different. I see. Instead, we're gonna get these things up there. They can be thinner also. While the control bones will be larger, like that. They would have some relevance to the whatever place there. And so this means that this will already be, so have some to be like local space thing. So this could already, it will start here perhaps. So this tracks this perfectly. But no, we want something more adaptive, so we're gonna have to create more bones. So create one for here, then one for here. I don't know if this is the ideal. Yeah, let's give them the same length, so maybe 1.5. Let's see what it, so this is regular stuff. It's just the pointing, so it's not that relevant that we need to match this thing. So I hope we'll see that later. Then this will be here. So what this does is the following. This will be deform arcade low control, and this will be target or something. How to say, is the track arcade up, jaw upper, yeah, to be more a mechanism. This is arcade stuff, right? Track arcade up, so actually jaw upper. I'm tempted to again simplify everything to up and down. Up, then DN, UP, DN could be the maybe in uppercase. Tempting, but then there's the left and right is, yeah, is uppercase, and there's no writing for my case. And then there is inner, outer, yeah, so in, out, out. Yeah, it may be helpful, so let's try that. And arcade up. Arcades, this is no more arcade center. Yeah, Sierra center, or yeah, no, this is master arcades. Arcade up. Track arcade down, like that. Yeah, this is much better. So instead of jaw, we change this to, what is that? Mount profile, click mount profile. Oh, this is even in a wrong, it's even in a wrong place. So move to profiles, right? Mount. I have something to do here. I've just realized that my roles I can reset better for everything, so I need to double check roles for all bones. This is another things we can solve, some not relevant, it wouldn't affect, but so for example here we have, I've seen that, so as although I changed them on, yeah, I see this role here just zero out. So why this is happening, I have no idea. Maybe there is a reason why this happened, that is like for maybe some wrong in alignment in my project that makes this looks like that. Okay, so then instead of jaw, instead of, we can do some even, yeah, so bones, I hate when this doesn't appear, so jaw to arcade, then lower to actually down, and then if it finds upper, we'll go to up. Now we talk. So this is control, because we are meant to control this stuff. The deform is deform at the same time mechanism, and the track arcade are just some sort of mechanism, but then we, yeah, so I don't have a special color for track, so this is not a real problem. What we need is to just make sure that, okay, so we know that the track here is bad, so we need to change this, okay, this, what would they, so this can already be larger. We can, yeah, let's leave this orientation. We can though change the whatever other, so here what we do is that we parent offset this, no, actually like this, and this one like this. So this means that they will track, so track this one, okay, but this is parented, but we need some, perhaps some, so copy transforms. For some reason, okay, then there's a problem that I don't know if that will work. Yeah, many things here that I don't think I can do this kind of thing. I want to control this while this is constrained with the lock track, so this is a bit unfortunate. Maybe we just have to investigate a better solution. So currently this is tracking like that, but this, but then it loses the control system, right? Well, actually not, we can, but this is because the parenting, so we're not supposed to, okay, so let's track 2. What about this? Okay, and there's a lot another things that I need to, yeah, so get these orientations like active bones, right? So, oh, I've lost the, I thought I had aligned them. Let's do this again to global axis, then we, oh, that's it, this reset, so it just needs to be 180 and that's it. All right. for all of them. Now, of course, maybe local space. No, it's, yeah, track world space, right? And this tracks world space to this. No need copy location, it's parented. So track 2. There's no need to track 2, it's instead only this. Why it's tracking there? Maybe wrong target, of course. Let's change this. So how now we have this and we have this. If we move both, we okay. So this is what we wanted, but yeah, we can have this, but we cannot have it is rolling inversely. Now it doesn't track Z. Owner local space, no. This cannot work. Oh, maybe it's the okay, so it rotates inversely for some strange reason. Cannot do that. And if we take off target Z, it just lose the roll. So we need at least to get this. Then it has all the features. Okay, so track 2 is good, but let's try get a dumped track. I think I saw something relevant that I need to investigate. So track axis, okay, this is fine, but then it doesn't have this, and it doesn't have axis up. However, if I pick the bone individually, I can then roll it. So but we cannot rotate itself. So if despite the parenting doesn't solve the problem of controlling. So maybe, and yeah, this is completely locked in the ZX. So and same thing, if you do this, it won't, yeah, totally locked except for location, which is not good enough. We need to be able to actually this is the posing I'm talking about. Alright, so this is my investigation is done, because we can do this, and then we solve the what I wanted for the arcade, since we have all this. It's just strange that we have to rotate it inversely. Let's try to do the what if we get the z-axis down, right? So as it was before. So instead roll 0. Maybe that's the way to go. Then as we get here, X okay, I'm not getting the Y role now. X up, this will mess up everything, but we'll get back the, yeah, no, X up, no, the roll all over. So target local is, no, certainly not. So target must be workspace. Then owner, what is the owner of a track? Local space. We'll do that. Local with parent, no, never mind. Maybe this is equivalent to workspace nearly, so it will be like, yeah, so let's do this again. Roll all pointing up, right? Doesn't roll correctly though. Maybe something about the quaternion thing. There's no quaternion thing here, so maybe higher priority is there's no Y at the end. Yes, there is the Y at the end, Z, X in second, and Z. Okay, let's try that. Okay, but I'm having rolls. The bone is rolling in all sorts of ways. No. Ah, I see. Okay, the bone gets all crazy with this track too, so not good, not good. Maybe it's the track Z, and now it's tilted up Z. Yes, this works, but then again we lose the, at least we got this free. No, and this is not free. Okay, so yes, let's dump that. So reset. We are not tracking with that anymore. We are going to do this. We don't need the bone to reach there. The deformed bone can go there, that's fine, but it's not the deformed bone that is doing that. Is deformed bone is just copy positions, and this will be the dumped track. Limit rotation. Okay, this I don't know yet. So dump track. So we have this. Okay, this is perfectly accurate. Then if we want to roll, we might just have to, yeah, just copy rotation. So this is the best way. Copy rotation only for the Y. Actually wrong, or wrong stuff. Copy rotation, local space, only for the Y, except that now they are going crazy. So instead the Y local space of this, right? Local space, yes, and then target will use the local space of this. So if I roll here, no, it's not accurate. local space targets. If I roll this one on local, it should, no. Copy its copy its Y, that's it. Oh, maybe there's something about going before the, that's it. There it is. Not. Just remember this from a head track rig that I had made. So there you go. This will be the. Yeah, then there is some difficulty in this rolling for some reason. It's just that it's not. Alright, you can do that. Good. So it's the Z. Rolling this on its, rolling this bone would change, roll the other. Alright. Except that we can actually, for the target, is here, yeah, local space, and here we can get like owner orientation. So this means that. Yeah, so it's not much that it matters, it's just this. Alright. So local space, local with owner orientation, I believe. And local space, let's see. Yeah, this is the Y rotated, so no, this is better. And then of course yeah, we don't want this, so we can, in this case we'd like to lock the Y, the, yeah, we like to lock the X. It's just doing that. Perfect. Perfect. Took so long, but we got it. Now we just have to copy this same stuff here. Copy rotation. We dump a track. We are going to. Oh no, we can't. There is this thing. These values. We'll want to preserve, so what you can do though is just pick them from here, this bone, and then we can do this from here, and then we, of course, we need to change this arcade up to arcade down, the target. Oh, there's the replace. No, but we don't need that, we saw. And then there's limit rotation. Okay, so we have a infinity loop going on here. I think it's because of the parenting, of course. this yeah, is this parenting here? No. Yeah, still not good. So something happened after I did this. Okay, copy rotation. Dump track might have been that. Yeah. Oh yes, there is something about the parenting, I guess, that is not here, that is not showing here. Oh, this parenting, of course. This bone shouldn't be parent to that. So this means, yeah, now we can probably reparent that. Okay, this moves like that. Now we get this back. Okay, this limit, let's copy those things here. So this and this, I don't know if we're gonna use that in this way. So delete here, because this is, yeah, this is locked anyway, so we cannot, there's not limit rotation for this is for posing, so it cannot respect this stuff. Here we can do the same here, lock these ones, and here we gonna, it's already copying. Okay, we cannot pose, there is no such thing as mix before original for dump track. What we can do, but this will take off precision, is actually there's even, yes, what you could do actually is just, yeah, get these, perhaps what you could do is set a limit in this bone, right? So okay, so a set of, but it wouldn't be a limit, it would be a local space limit, and okay, so we're gonna destroy this and this because it's not, have to remap that anyways, it was not working after we changed the rest position. So hold on, let's get the back my soundtrack here, inspiring for me, although it's repetitive, sorry, just for me, copyright things we must take care of when we live stream. Just in case, folks. So we target, okay, so it's the same system here. These colors, let's fix that at once. We could give a limit location here, but it's not required. Then we can do start to have something. Yeah, there's a problem how we get the mouth get the same orientation of the face. The arcade is not moving because no wave paint, so that's fine for now. So this is the idea from the Universal Sonic Mouth Rig. Let's somewhere like here, yeah, something like that. Mouth rotation ball. Okay, so I've made something like that. You have this mouth position bone. Use a shrink wrap bone modifier with align normals to get control movement across the muzzle. Okay, so this is, I see, maybe we could use some sort of this would be some sort of auto scaling thing. because this means that this rotation, yeah, clever, but we don't need to do this for the bone. I mean that the bone can be, actually I don't know, maybe that wasn't really a control bone. Ah, I see what that should be. So you have a bone that is shrink wrapped to a surface, and that bone may have some relation to the scaling. It would be an automated way to solve this. Hold on, I have a message here, maybe from, yes, a friend from chat about exactly mount rigging in Blender. We have been, he's also attempting mount rigging with facial rigging with spline skinning, with bendy bone splines. So we are sharing some ideas, and thanks to his the problematics he was facing, and he had different solutions than mine that I wouldn't expect, and then but there are some imperfections, some limitations that, well, maybe then it gave me the idea to make experiments on top of the problems he was having that were quite complicated and then complex, and then eventually I came up with improvement to my own system. Not only that, I've made new proof of concepts that worked. So this is happening actually because this mesh of the ellipse is partially shrink wrapped. It's not bad actually. I mean, we need to build on top of this concept, but we are fixing the stuff here. So first let's get this tracker bones some color, right? So maybe they deserve some, yeah, this is kind of bone that should deserve some easy sphere, you know, stuff like that. And yeah, tiny stuff. And then the color they have, I think something that I don't have anything. Well, this Regal could use that. No, this is, well, they are control bones actually, so maybe we could, yeah, it's not exactly, okay, let's say there's a color I'm using for pull targets, I think. Oh, there's a problem here. No, the problem is the bone is just is not stretching too, but it could. Ah, folks, I got a solution for the scaling thing. Of course, we'll have to limit scale, but so basically, if these bones, it's not the solution, it's a solution, but it's geometrical, I like it. So basically, these bones that they start already on that, like in this, right? They're tracking, or they themselves do not track. Is this the control? They're not even well, they are controlled actually. We can at least pose that. The rotations are. Oh, why can we rotate that? We have copy rotation on replace. This shouldn't be allowed, folks. Makes no sense. Maybe because the copy rotation goes after the damp track. No, nothing. It's literally it's something. This is not good, folks. I mean, this I do not understand. So let's just lock this rotation. So we don't want this rotation, but we want them displacing. If by any chance we, right? yeah, never mind that. This is other bones that are affecting this. So here we should be giving waves to this, but this will take a bit of time, so instead we're going to work on this system that I've just taught. So if it's stretched to this is interesting, we can already control this wide scale of the arcades. Wow! Of course this will affect the teeth, so this will be a problem. But maybe that's not a bad for animation. I think we can do good with that, so let's try this at once. So stretch 2, and then of course there's a question, what's the starting rest position for this bone? Should it be, maybe they should be smaller, but that we don't know. I don't know yet, I don't know how to. So stretch 2 and stretch 2. Alright, so this means that now we can control the scale of the deformed bone only, not the control bone, doesn't matter. Although, yeah, it's just the deformed bone. So the control bones, here I have a position that matches other bones, so here not yet, so maybe here we have to do something about that at some point. This scale here doesn't matter right now. This scale matter because it's already matching at the joint, something that is not in this bone layer. So this is very important. Of course we can limit this distance from the, oh, I see something. Can do something fancy here, folks. So limit distance. So copy rotation, dump a track, limit this. Okay, so there's just 3. So here we need to assess some things here. Yeah, we're gonna play with that, and we are not sure exactly what we are gonna play with. But this scaling factor should be affected by this. So what is the limit distance here that I'm planning? Actually, this is wrong. It's this in relation to this. So this get the limit distance from this target bone. Distance currently is 1.5, sort of like this distance here, so it means, but local space, I think. No, actually, sorry, wrong. Okay, it's not, it's causing some issues, I think. Yeah, outside, no. On surface, no. Oh, tail, limit distance to tail, of course, then outside. So yeah, it's going crazy because it cannot, it tries to get past, it gets crazy. Maybe it's world space. No, even worse, because so target, world space, owner, local space. Can that help? This mix never helps in my experience. So no, we can't get, I can't get this to happen here. It just doesn't work, unfortunate. So this is this operator is very delicate. Sometimes it's just impossible. So what we can do, however, is limit scale of this bone, so that there's a distance where, yeah, so we can have a limit scale, and this will be the, after the stretching, this could probably, I assume, so scale on the y-axis only. So, oh, we can have a maximum and a minimum, great. Of course, and you can drive these limits according to, yeah, this will be even more complicated, but okay, where is the, I think I got, yeah, so currently, yeah, those values, we don't gonna play with the others. Yeah, but it's so dangerous to have these at once at 0, so let's just do that. Affect transforms, local space. Alright, so currently this not this stretch but not affect, so here we can see which is the minimum scale for that. Maybe let's try this. I don't want to be moving these bones, so you guys are locked. Totally locked. Yeah. So here we see the bones stop scaling as we push that there. So we are going to... So this is just a protection. So that's valuable. And here we're gonna do the same thing. So the stretching, the scale here perhaps can grow. I don't think the scale should grow more. So, but let's try. We'll fix that later. So we can. Yeah. So the bones stretch a bit more than one on. Should. Oh, it doesn't appear there because we didn't pause. So this is very annoying in Blender, but if you check here, if we just turn it off, there we go. So it's working, but we don't know the origin point, which is sad. So this is a sad thing about Blender. The local coordinates, those that are affected by manual pose and those that are affected by bone constraint, for them they don't appear. Only the manual one actually. So, alright, so we can control this and we can probably drive this according to the rotation of this. We can control, this means that, yeah, we can actually, we could control the scale itself, which would be accurate. The problem is that then posing, sometimes we might want arcades to protrude, in this case the top arcade to protrude a little more and little less according to a certain expression. Maybe the teeth have something, yeah. So then the limits will be a bit more complicated because it will not be the scale value, it will be a range of scales value that we have to address here. We can add driver, yes. As it will be mathematically a bit complicated to set in Blender, but it's easy. It's like, no, it's not difficult. It's just need some thinking because we need to know the rotations, okay, the map rotations, and then we need to know exactly what, not exactly, approximately what sort of scaling limits will be needing here, here, and then here. And the problem is that to calculate like a curve, we have to, yeah, we have to make a formula driver that will adapt to this sort of curve there to affect both at each point that is crucial. Maybe, yeah, and we'll do only if we do that. We only do that after we adapt the face here, the muzzle character design, because this is probably a bad shape for adaptation. Probably I've lacked some more than a 3/4 viewport, or maybe that's how it is in 3D when I view top. It's a bad character design 3D. That's why on a top view and a bottom view, maybe we can solve this with the camera keys automorphs. In my case, I would use. What was my last idea for the automorphs? There's auto lattice, there is shape keys, automorphs, there is... Okay folks, I need to check this out. I know I have this somewhere. I just don't remember what was the... So, auto profile V-bone splines. Oh! Yeah, no, but this is dangerous because it will affect the... profiles, yeah, they will like are riskier since they might have been posed, transformed. Yeah, so maybe we'll skip with the traditional shape keys or something that might be slightly more appealing, I think. Easier to solve than shape keys, like changing the vertices, and I have problem with shape keys with using. So autolattice will be like a more mathematical approach to the thing, and so maybe it would be, although it's not that precise, it's just some small adaptations, like push this mesh here, so just have a lattice that will do that, will be good enough. Okay folks, so let's complete this part here. So I have the limit scale already, and then we need this for same thing here. So we're gonna make a limit stretch 2, it's there, so limit scale, and otherwise the cool thing is that we can do this manually also. This is no problem. Oh, there's interpretation here, no problem, not a problem, just push it back like that. Alright, so here we got the limit scale that will gonna, yeah, let's do this. So we got 1. This will make sure that I'll have exactly the same values to the other. Since I cannot copy it, it will ruin the bone stretch too. I have to solve the target and solve this. Prefer not to. Alright folks, so here is the the double thing. This, of course, so the arcade's rig now, control rig is nearly complete on its own. I mean, the control rig, right? The control rig part, except there's some old relation. The deformed bones are not yet deformed bones. We can do that right now. And there's another problem, is that the what are these copy location stuff? This bone is supposed to follow what? Mouth side. We don't need these things anymore. This is a master bone. You bought my friends, Aragorn the king says. You bought no one. I like the Hobbit's expressions in the movie, in that scene. It's kind of a bit pathetic, right? As they wouldn't know. Hollywood, you know. But it's funny, yeah, pathetic and funny. A good scene, yet could happen in real life. Like, it's the lesson of the movie, the entire trilogy movie adaptation. You bought to no one after you are the king, or after you are friend of the king. Like, it's kind of after saving the world, of course. It's a moral lesson, right? Not of the storyline, I think, of the books I've read. I don't remember anything like that. It's just the dumbness of the adaptation in certain aspects. Otherwise, the movies are great, in my opinion. The choice of the scenery, the soundtrack, the characterization. Yeah, the worst thing about Lord of the Rings trilogies, for me, is just is that they took off. They weren't courageous enough to find a solution to adapt Tom Bombadil. Some say the heart of Tolkien in those books, in that literature. Some analysts would say, I don't know, but yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. He used that character in other stories. Apparently, I was researching. And yeah, this is funny. It's like a mouth appearing, but it's not It's not that what should have. Okay, what I'm doing here? Ah yes, those local things. I'm afraid we don't want them, because with these arcades, because the jaw. Yeah, so actually you should be careful, because these move the arcades and the mouth, and they are moving a lot of things together. Maybe it's not what we want all the time, but it makes sense currently that we should have all these things moving that way. Oh, this parenting can be complicated there, because this displaces these bones from the. Yeah, so let's do something here. Yeah, it's they don't have anywhere to be parenting here, so if we want to keep this rig organized, we should not. Okay, actually we can parent this to the head bone, because if we have twig bones here, we should have, yeah, right, for organization. So let's make those twig bones at once. Actually, let's take them from yeah, I have twig bones here. Oh, it already exists, so never mind. Oh, but not for that, I see. And it exists for that? This is a single twig bone, so this. And it's still jaw. No. So jaw, B-bone, twig mouth profile. Oh, this is a twig mouth profile which controls nothing. Alright, it needs to. Alright, so white is not moving anything. I think it's wrong parenting. Yes, okay, so here we got that connected. So this is not. Okay, there's the twig and the grand twig. This is not a part that we would like to. I even locked that. Yeah. So you're not supposed to tweak this. They were locked to control arcade even. Maybe we should just parent to this twig bone also, right? Yes, maybe we don't need that, so it makes sense that they get this kind of thing, but let's keep logical in. Okay, I cannot do this and this. We going to parent like that. Let's reset. They are free to move, but this can. Then we have the twig, and the twig is itself parented to the jaw, right? The control jaw. To the, yeah, not control jaw. This is old. Let's change this to find replace control. These are, well, these are control, right? So they are they are man. That's what I use. No, they are control. They are control. Except that a bit more than control. They are too much important in the hierarchy. There something more important? Yes, the master is more important. So control man for main. So we're gonna change this to main. Does the color some teal color? Alright, feels better. The master is here. Then these bones we could probably. They can be smaller because it's like they are not supposed to be posed that way. Then here we can probably. This will be a I always place in the center of geometry of the bone, and then I snap to selection to cursor, and then I need to, okay, it's symmetrized, but we need to, let's see if the parenting is correct here. I think it's done. No, not done. So this should have been done for both. Yes, then we need to change this. Yeah, we can get this larger. These are large, taller means it's important. So yeah, we maybe because this has just, yeah, for those that are we don't need the those that are isolated, we don't really need to have bigger tips here. Handles, B-bone handles. So here what we do is that this will parent to the head, right? So where's the head bone? Deform head bone, right? Because there's not like, yeah, they should stay in place, right? They stick in place. So now when I move the jaw, they stay in place. We can, if we want, pose them, but this is more structural. Yeah, there's a ghost surface anyways, there's no much. Oh, that's why we made the, yeah, that's why we've made. Are these parenting correct, by the way? This bone, this bendy bone is parented to what? To the, okay. Yeah, so these things shouldn't be moving, so at least we got them parented to the tweak that. Oh yes, I see. So this will be a bit complicated. Oh, this is just this thing. Lost the target. I don't know, folks, what happens here. Oh, I see. That, of course, is that. But this shouldn't be moving that. So I made something wrong about the. This spline goes from, this is the head, and then it goes, oh, the parenting of this bendy bone, that's it. I confused the orientation. So it's the parenting of the bendy bone was wrong. So now that's fine. Now if I get this, good. Though, so I don't need to, yeah, I don't need to. Yeah, we can tweak this and take apart the the jaw from this, but since this follows the jaw anyways, it's just a bit of offset for the profile, and this brings, so this is a big one. It has like we can even, this one that has more utility. It's like it collapses multiple ones, so maybe we could give it a, no, I'll maintain that color because it's a tweak bone. It's a hierarchy, good hierarchy for after the, that I'm using after the, just as is this big one, it's taking 2, right? So this is the logic I'm using. So for this one, is it parented to, alright, so this one we should parent also to the head actually. I don't know why I didn't do that yet. Alright, so now nothing moves this, but this one is parented to the head too. Yes, okay. So it's more structural. Then we don't have twigs in the middle, so that's more generic shapes, generic buildings. Okay, so then I was having a problem with the... Okay, so this is flawless in terms of construction. Then here we start to get some problematics, because this is the twig here. Is it a small twig or a large twig? Yeah, now it gets... This start to become really complicated with when... Okay, so jaws, we have some thing to do here. So this will bring this to the arcades, right? So we don't need to have all these bones present in the control rig. So maybe this we want, this we want, this we will bring it to master only. Then okay, then the arcades jaw, yeah, so arcades jaw, all right, this is fine. Then here we, yeah, except these are control stuff, right? So maybe we bring this to move to some deform layer for whatever. Yeah, we could also bring those bendy bones there, right? It's not like... But it's cool to be able to see them nonetheless. But so what we're gonna do, we're gonna create some... Now we'll bring them out to the form layer, whatever. And also the tips. Yeah, so the tips that are not useful for immediate use, we will bring them to, yeah, that are stacking with the... There are a lot, right? So start out getting... We don't have even enough bone layers for this organization in this part. Okay, so this starts to get thing a bit more clean up, so it was very important to get the... Alright, but then there's the lips part, which is also very... So here are just some... Yeah, I see that those jaws, if we don't give them some better system, we we need to give them some sort of good how to say, custom shapes. Otherwise they, as master bones, they will be, as main bones there, they will be always in the way. They are more for tweaking, and their orientation is important right now, so how they are like that. So let's leave that like that. Here, this mouth stuff, profile and mouth stuff. Sorry. This is jaw, that, yeah, jaw, so it's soft and confusing. Maybe those jaws things we can just get them smaller because we don't touch that, shouldn't touch that a lot, so this is more important. The names here we can probably give it, these are very good cheekbones, right, for the character design. We need to be aware of that, and then they can, yeah, so here if you see the splines, that this is good. If we can see the splines, often this helps understanding what to do with these bones. Here is a bit abstract, so that is a profile for them, but it's not working seamlessly. Here also, these are not also working seamlessly. This is the other side, right? Here we already checked the chin. This we could change the tweak to certain names that we don't have yet. We'll do that later. Then, alright folks, these things are good. We don't need this mouth hole center because we already solved this with another system, so this is a great development. So this will be like the mouth hole center, not exactly, but yeah, I think this orientation is incorrect, so let's try to do something like that. Yeah, I think this makes more sense now. Okay, we are getting very good at this. Look at where I'm being able to place the mouth. This is still problematic. Okay, yes. Before we proceed to the lips, which is the most complicated part in this rig, actually, we are going to solve this wave paint for the mouth interior. So for this, we don't need to see this, we just need to see this mesh object. We have probably some wave paints here, we're gonna check. Okay, this object we not want to be seeing anymore for now. We are going to, well, let's look at it just in case just to remember it exists, because we are always offsetting this and wrongly snapping these things, right? As we just did again. So we're gonna try to fix that. Snapping. Yeah, here from this interior side is better. It is snapping to, yes, none included, right? Oh, it's proportional editing, folks, so that never get it properly snapped. It unsnap the authors, it gets a bit crazy. There we go, not big deal, and this will become even easier if we find out that we can simplify some mesh topology here. So mesh geometry here, mesh density. So here we go for this. We need again the vertex groups, and we need to check what in here is okay. Mirror modifier also can for now take off. We have shrink wrap stuff and the subdivision, so no, nothing special. We go here in the vertex groups. There's very little, actually there's no wave painting at all here, so good thing for us. That means we don't have to clean anything. And for bone layers, actually, let's just, yeah, we just deform, so we just need actually this and this, and that's actually like that. And let's wave paint, so I have no protection here, so this will be bad. Let's start working with a lower mouth thing. So first tongue, we can assign waves for the tongue directly here for max waves. This is the tongue. Hide vertex group for hiding on selections, all of that management stuff. We get here the bone, then we protect the layer, and we go shift K here on maximum. We need to have a draw anything here. Waves at 0. There's I need to learn how to use this left click. I never, yeah, okay, so you don't have to go there. Okay, so Shift K, good, yeah, I need to get, what is that? Use unified waves, instead of per brush wave, the wave is shared across the brush, across the brushes. Oh, I see, per brush waves. This means if I change, here has no waves, but here now it's one everywhere. Okay, okay, I see. Oh, never knew that. That's very good. Then radius, same thing, and strain. Yeah, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Good. Finally learned something new in wave painting. Alright, so tongue, just like that. This is solved for the, so if we get here, if we decide, for example, to pose this, of course we cannot. Alright, so never mind. It's not this thing. It's the, we can move them, right? But it's not. Yeah. So you see this tongue moves. It's snapping, but we wanted the actual. Oh, we have it. It's here. All right. So we can do that. Yay. So that's not the case. We go back here. We will check that later, right? Yeah, so maybe we could benefit if these bones are just like, yeah, this is not bad. Looks better, visibility. Now that's okay because we have our okay. Let's do for the. Now I have something that is bigger than that, so it's melter top, which has some issues there, so you can probably make some waves here. Yeah, you know what, actually this is, yeah, this was technical, this is good because we'll use low waves for except that the bottom doesn't have the top at that part, so okay, ideally, yeah, for wave painting, this area is critical, so let's, otherwise have to go back and remake selection or just inverse selection, I don't know, it's, yeah, then you'll be able to wave paint on the rest, so this is dangerous, so let's fix by doing this. We just have to make sure these are low waves. Then we lock. This is the top. Arcade, so it stops before the gums start. The lower, and that's it. So we are going to start out by wave painting the yeah, the top, right? No, we are doing the bottom, right? So except that we will exclude the tongue, so deselect. These waves are already maxed waves, so we're gonna do like wave paint mode now directly. We need to select the, yeah, actually you need armature and that, no, so armature and then the layer, the paint mask. And here what you can do to start with that is just do a Shift K, start with that. We already can do this for the other. Okay, let's do it for the other. So now if we invert the selection, now that won't do what we do, so what we want. So we're gonna instead going here, we go mount interior top, then we go on wave paint, then we do actually here, and from this now we select the top bone, there has no wave, select this, shift K, that's it. So now what we want to do is start wave paint with, yeah, since we are here on the top already with the proper mask, let's paint mask now, let's start using it. But I need to make an exclusion here. The teeth will start with, yeah, let's exclude the teeth, the top teeth from this, and let's exclude, okay, that the gums can be affected, that's fine. And now this means we can wave paint that, but we need the bones here, the top, which selection is this? Is for the top, alright. So this is protected. Now we can start, we start out by blurring it. Because this is the arcade up, as you see here, okay, that's how it sets, doesn't matter here. So it's this bone selected, arcade up, so we need to, yes, this part is the one that will have the lowest requirements in influence, so we must be aware of that. And then it starts slowly blurring, so to get more intense. So this will push this side mesh, and here is just like, yeah, very low waves. Just make sure you get some, so they'll start to have some slight deforms there, just might be cool. And then here leave it, okay, here we, all this don't move, right? It's just more like here that this moves together. I'm concerned now, maybe, yeah, actually we need to do something about, yeah, this is blurring, here is not important, so maybe all that can move like that, deform like that, and just here's a, yeah, this is sort of a mixing area, right? So we can do that, although it will do it red, so I'm not sure. So I've been blurring on the, it's not necessary because I'm not auto normalizing stuff here, so I believe that will be enough. And therefore the gums, yeah, this is, I think it's, yeah, so definitely let's do something about the, I don't remember how I developed this, but in principle this area is like it's solid stiff now. It's, the teeth is, but should this thing be solid stiff like that? We can assess this if we just decided to pause and see what does that do. It will be better with the face, of course. So you see that area, it kinda works, right, to the shrink wrapping, but it can get crazy. So we must be careful. I'm not sure if seen everything about this system. And here the idea of, oh, there's the scaling down is like, is more to avoid that. Certainly we don't need this amount of scaling down. Even though, yeah, the question is that because it's a deformed bone, as I'm I'm not changing its rest position, so yes, this is the scaling effect apparently. Let's see if it's... we don't see much change in the X scale here, so it's not like this amount of stretching is making this mesh become ridiculous. So it sounds good, but if we wanted to squash it, we still don't have this event. This maybe we need to give some copy scale on this, also on the x-axis. That will be cool. And we can do that. Yeah. So I'm eager to do that, folks. Let's interrupt this thing, because I think this will go back to the other bone. Let's just see if that works. So we'll do a copy scale here, but only on the... so stretch to limit scale. Oh, we don't... yeah, copy scale before the... but only the... so local space only for the X which is here. So this will do this crazy thing. Oh, these are yeah, Z scale too, because then it will allow us to actually target, okay, here and here. That's right. So this means that we are able to to do crazy stuff, like we can make gigantic teeth, although they... yeah, there are some greens that maybe even that will require scaling. Is just too regular. We need some way to deform the bones them. Yeah, this system can be assigned to the... we can have the bones of the arcades, we can have the mesh of the arcades designed, rigged, right, to be deformed by the mouth, to the lips bones, to the mouth stuff. So that means that we can probably solve even the shapes if we require curvy shapes. This would be exceptional, but it can happen depending on the express. So maybe deform bones. So this will yeah, so like lips, mouth, deform bones also deforms teeth, gums. Yeah. For 3D cartoony range of expressions. So can deform, creating the matching splines, right? Matching alignments. So this will mean that we'll have to need a system to lock this possibility. Toggle this deform possibility. Currently we can toggle, yes, on and off the alright, we can do this. There's an object modifier that can do this. Is the we can drive it and make it enable, disable, or just gradually. Is the wave paint mix modifier, so we can on demand driving it, we can control if this bone, some bone here will, if this a vertex group from a deformed bone of the lip or the mouth would affect the teeth. So it could be gradual, so to the normal the maximum vertex groups, normal, that it will, usual stuff that we'll use. It will be spline skinning because it will be the same B-bone splines that we'll be using for lips and teeth. So it's like more the contour of the lip could deform them in some strange way. Perhaps we need to test that. It would be as if we were posing the teeth simultaneously as the lips or mouth contour, right? And then we can at some point say, well, zero out these teeth deforms, or just gradually reach to zero or to maximum. Yeah, so that, there it goes. So wave paint mix modifier on, yeah, that's it. Just one for the top. Probably no, they will affect probably just one for arcade up down for both arcades. Yeah, since this is something that would affect all the lips. I mean, when you shape a mouth hole or a mouth contour, we're already cartoony one. It will affect already all the arcades, the teeth, so they need to have synergy. So this simplifies the thing. Yeah, we're getting really big in this thing. We're getting good stuff here, folks. All right, so but in terms of deformed, so hold on. I was just assessing this game. So maybe this is not necessary, but okay, it's cool to have. Maybe we want. Remember, we can tilt individually the arcades. This is not doing anything because of the waves, right? We need to. Oh, this is still okay. Wrong. This parenting is problematic, folks. Yeah, but because perhaps you want to move. So let's copy scale here. Same thing. Copy scale, and then we actually not that. Here and here. Copy scale. We move this. Here, limit scale we have to decide later. So copy scale, then we just just have to do that. Here we change the okay, that's fine. Okay, it's limit orientation, local space, and that's it. So here we can scale, of course, but there is no. Alright, folks, there is nothing here. Waves, so let's fix the waves for that, and it will be the. We don't want these things. So let's see here, this is going to be okay, so this is still the top, right? We just want the bottom selection. So vertex group, this one, this is accurate. Then we go here, we don't need that, we get here. I need light in my room, sorry folks, hold on. Lost the chat for a moment, but okay. So this is not the. Looks like these were assigned at okay, it's no problem. Or maybe it's a problem, I have no idea. The selection itself is binary, I think. This is bizarre, maybe, to think about this, but yeah, not a problem for now. Hold on. Alright, so we got this, and we lost the selection. We are not working on that, we're working on here. Then we get... Oh, also let's take off the tongue, because it was already... We already solved that. This can walk. Arcade? What are these? B-bones? Arcade up. Arcade down. These are old stuff, I think. Yeah, no, this is old stuff. We just need that. Alright, we got that. Let's do it again. Bottom, and then take off tongue. No. Okay, so the tongue is completely wrong, apparently. So select seam. It is seamed in the. Get here actually okay, so select remove, select assign lock, there we go. So bottom and deselect. Now we go finally, and this will be the last for reworking the arcades. Then we'll be really close to getting to the mouth. Yes, there's the mouth issues, which will be the last things to develop. So we can start with the Shift K maximum here, and then we can start by what's easier, which is in the front. Usually we just start off by blurring this out, and here we can probably start just how did you set that? Oh, that's yeah, okay. Yeah, so nothing much different than that, and then yeah, low weights here. Oh, there's no, this is dangerous. I hope I didn't. Okay, because you shouldn't be expected to wait there. I think I've made something. No, it excludes the. Okay. Yes, that's it. It's not just the teeth, folks. It's the gums, which are, I think, there. So. And from this we can very careful when changing this to check the idea, I think. Yeah, so something like that. And here we're trying to blur that particular region. This connects to the top, right? So this part, yeah, and here it's like, this part is really not really important. If it starts to behave bad, of course we take a look, but yeah, so here's the tone, we don't need to care about that. So it's mostly what we tried at some point was to try to blur this area, but there's no need more. I think this would do. We can like that assess this not from here but from here. This is strange how this deforms, right? But you have this power. Look at what this does. Yeah, the shrink wrap sometimes get crazy, especially here, so we must see if there's any other better way, right? It could be get dangerous. We can do this with this one, by the way. If I get this one to well, the scale doesn't seem to affect the Z. So I have to scale them would be like can we do this with 3D cursor? Okay, so apparently you have some limitation here. What if you wanted to... Okay, we do that, right. So maybe this is... That's the best arcades rig I've ever done. But it doesn't stop there, folks. I'm just playing around to see the... Okay, the teeth here are... Yeah, so there's something about the orientation of the... But the deforms are pretty good. The control rig is also good. In not regarding what is ahead, right? The body. So this is... yes, this will be more complicated to get those things in accurate shape, right, folks? Here we I think we can already consider that we should jump to the next challenge. Okay, now full arcade is better. It'd be better if we get even more master Bolton death rate. So why the parenting is not enough is just something I cannot understand. Maybe it requires child of bone constraints. Alright, let's try child of bone constraint maybe. Yes. Okay, so interestingly, we could get something like, okay, so maybe something like Alright folks, just some strange things. I think there's something to do with these bone constraints or the parenting. So this is parented there, okay, then this parented there, then this is parented that, and this is parented, and for some reason only the child of, which is the should be the equivalent of yeah, it's something that this thing has more power in some sense than the, like this comes after the parenting. So the parenting comes first and this comes after, and for some reason this selection now I've changed of course the thing so we don't see anymore, but if I wanted to have this with this, yeah, well now I may have broken the system. Okay, if I want this, I have to pick them three at the same time, or pick this. That's it. So this is strange, but that's it, folks. That's, I think there's something about the priority of the things, and the copy. Yeah, it's a bit complicated. I don't know how to track that right now, but we found a way to, and I just wanted to have a bone that did those stacking stuff right. Now with this said, we are going to go for actually the big deal here, old arcades. I think we are ready to delete the old arcade system. It's made something much better. So yes, I think that's the time to say goodbye to the old arcades. We had good times together, but that was funny, but this is too simplistic and not very organic, too mechanistical. We're gonna delete. I'm sure we're not gonna use this because this new system we have here is much more convenient. This could be useful for a system where we maybe, yeah, it's an interesting idea, but for the dynamics that we need here, this is better. This is more direct, go more directly to the point, right? So here we are going to continue developing our, not this part, this needs corrections, simplifications. My idea will be to take off, to turn many of those tweak bones and control bones into the same of the current that I'm using with the lips. So this means that things here are a bit redundant if we consider that the whole idea of this is that we need to match the 2D XZ actually XY plane, like a drawing of the mouth contour. We need to match this with the Y, no, the Y, yes, so this is XZ indeed, and this is the Y axis, which is the depth or the, yeah, distance that across. And so we need to match. The bones will shrink wrap to the whatever surface, curved surface that deforms whatever shape. So this is not the problem of matching the positions. This we know how to do with shrink wrap bone constraint in this case. The problem is that we have to solve the, let's say, the equation, the problem of having for the deforms, yeah, many things. So here we go for the simplification. We're gonna make a new file here because this is gonna be dangerous. We becoming, I don't know what I wrote there. So 15, we're gonna do something like clean up, mouth, lips, clean up. Yeah, this is what was we needed to do for a long time. And so we need to find, okay, the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete these excessive things. It is bad for, they're the last in the, yeah. So this is for the lips rig, and maybe we should bring the lips here down to reorganize, right folks? So let's try to make some use this last layer to get those things right. So we need to do this in here, be better. A lot of bones here would be like redundant. We can simplify this instead of having, so this will be masters for here. Then here we're gonna be smart. Yeah. We got this, we can use the bone groups for selection and all that. So we move all that to this layer, and then must make sure deselect. Then we go on lips again, and we, yeah, here it's easy. And then we move to, oh, they move together, yeah, annoying thing. Okay, now no problem, let's pick them here. Move only this selection to this. So they'll be like control, even though they are not controlled. This control lips. This will be tip lips, and this will be bendy bone spline lips. So yeah, def lips actually. Yeah. So the color is different there, so for the bendy bone, so you could recognize that, differentiate them from others. So now the cleanup we start. We don't need lips here except for lips controllers, which don't exist. We're gonna cross this, merge these systems. So for example, if you check all the so for example, there are tips and more, so there are lips and more lips, and then there are, this is something for the middle. Yeah, it's a corrective system. We'll have waves there, so we need to do this. Alright, so we have lips and more lips, then we have tips and more tips, and then we have twigs and more twigs, except that those twigs, they are locked. So maybe we can merge some of them, because dimensionally same thing, it's lips. We need some mechanism locations to set. There are some that would, yeah, that's it. So I'm considering using this bone as the location for the twig, because it's like the last that would, like, from it should be mesh. Yeah, the last, it's behind the lips, so it's like I'm considering to be the location, the ideal location for, perhaps that's not for the placement of the twig, the generic twig that will serve both for the lips profile, then to the lips drawing there for a certain control point in this case. And so we can get rid of many things at once if we do that. So it's a bit, we'll have to think a little here, but first thing I want to get rid of this excessive. And maybe for this corner, I haven't thought that maybe we could just use one. Could be simplified, right? So here there's no way, we need to, I think we'll have to select manually. Just make sure they let the wrong one. I've never done this, so maybe I think it will be enough, because we just have to, we'll have less possibility of shaping, but shaping whatever will be much simpler. So this should be safe enough, except that now we have to probably reconsider. Yeah, we'll have to retransform. So this is the beginning of an oversimplification, and maybe we should attempt this, because actually the corners is not of the ellipse is not an area that now we can change, right? The what appears. Mount interior is not more what we need, right? So yes, this shape is not like something, so we're gonna do that part of the experimentation. So now I have to be able to reshape these lips, the rest position for the armature, much simpler, and wave painting much simpler also, much simplification. And then also we can, before we start wave painting anything, let's decide those rest positions, let's construct the system here. You see, I used the middle of the lips. Maybe that's not the best idea. So, and maybe actually, yeah, the problem is that this bone, there are already some mechanism, but we're gonna remake this mechanism. So this also means that we need to adapt the system here to match the splines adequately. So currently, okay, let's not look at that, let's look at the tips. So the tips are, no, actually what is the center of the tips would be the twigs. So, and then there's the some bigger thing which should, I believe, they control more stuff, but not the case. So tips here. And so what this does, we are considering that the tip for the drawing of the mouth can go right at the end there, so we can get rid of thick lip upper, which is that. Yeah, we can simplify and make this just one, this being the twig, or this being the twig for the splines coming that way to the mouth drawing, I would say mouth contour, right? The mouth hole and mouth contour. And then the problem is that I put it behind. It will mean slightly that we are considered that the mouth hole begins sort of behind the lips, which is okay, but for drawing mouth expression might be a little less accurate. So maybe we consider better having it here. The problem is that I'm concerned about the shrink wrapping thing, because if we shrink wrap the mesh of the lips from this, then everything that is behind might be compromised. So maybe this is the best option. So this is why I'm consider making that attempt first. If it works, if the drawing of the shapes don't suffer a lot, that's fine. Otherwise we can consider maybe just dragging this. Yeah, it might be a bit complicated. So this is just a copy transforms to this. So this means that all these control lips, we can get rid of them, because yeah, so no control lips. Already we got rid of lots of bones, but now we lost some structure. So we're gonna remake. These are the twigs, and we need to, okay, so they are already in positions that match these splines, bendy bone splines, but yeah, I mean this, but we need to centralize everything. So actually this will be Will be a double work right now, because we need first to, yeah, we're gonna find something to snap. And I think actually folks, I better first solve the rest positions here of these bendy bones profiles for the lips. Then also try to realign the mesh. Yes, that will help. Then I try to refigure out the central point, right? So for example, let's reset. Now everything is reset. Let's try to figure, I have to figure out what will be the center, to recenter them so they match already. And then we get, so then we can work on this. We already took off something, so we need to resolve the parenting. Alright, so there's a long list of tiny details, not a long list, quite tricky list of tasks to remember. I'll be back with those tasks listed, and we'll be working on a new session. And with that said, that will be all the mechanisms for the basic 2D to 3D cartoon mouth, I mean for the lips and mouth contour, right? But then there is still, I'm considering that this 2D thing doesn't have waves in the lips, but should have waves here. So this will be the immediate next step. Also, I forgot that we need to set some sort of control bones beyond the tweaks. So maybe we might have to tweak, have more major controls here. So as I did here for certain tweaks. So there's some differentiation, right? So we will be, and for these minor bones, I'm not considering giving them small tweaks bones, but maybe for posing it would be better. This we'll find out later, to be minor details. And then once we are able to fix this, and if we get this right, if we are able to deform the shape of the lips, of the mouth contour along this geometry here, this will be the big quest after we got this, even larger than the shrink wrapping, because I'm trying to do all that without shrink wrapping. So here you see there's no, apparently these bones are not deforming anything. They have waves, but they are, okay, I see what's happening here. Maybe we should reactivate. They already have waves in a region that we are willing to wave paint with them, but I believe because they are not deformed bones, the wave painting are old and terrible, there is little we can do with them. So it makes some, yeah, it makes some sense. Maybe we should keep this just to play with all that, but there's too much. And there's the shrink wrapping thing that we need to assign properly. So currently we are starting to have some interesting results, but we need to reassess a lot of things first. So that will be it. I'm gonna make like list, and then we are back for some hours later today, I hope. So take care, folks. Happy blending, and see you soon.